All right. Hello and welcome to the Shark Stream. It's me. It's Gage. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm tired. It's a very, very sleepy day. Hello, Lila. Hello, Zilla. I have an energy drink here. I haven't eaten anything for, like, in the evening just yet. I've eaten today, don't worry. Fret not. A bitch has eaten. That being said, I do have... Okay, so... Before we get into, like, game news, FF14 devs stepped in it a little bit this week, and we'll get to that in a moment. I pulled a muscle in my neck in the last 30 minutes, and I'm mad because I didn't do anything to cause this. I once pulled a muscle in my neck by drying my hair. It was awful, and I was, like, out of commission for the rest of the day. It was the worst possible fucking thing. What was I saying? So, before we get into it, before we talk about FF14 devs stepping in it, and then also, like, cool shit happening in the game as well, because FF14 is a land of contrasts, as it were. So the other day I had mentioned I wanted to try these Asian potato chips. I don't know, I think they're maybe Indonesian? I'm not sure what language this is. I wish I knew. No, it's Thailand. Okay, it's Thailand. Excuse me. I think this is a Thai potato chip flavor. This is extra barbecue. Now you may be wondering, what makes it different than regular barbecue? And the answer is that it's extra. I had wanted to try these the other day, and I couldn't find where I put the bag down in my kind of like general work area. And it turns out it was like 5 feet that way. Sitting on a shelf. And I didn't notice it until, I think, yesterday. By the way, happy Day of the Dead. So I can now actually try these on stream. I did open the bag before stream. Just because I didn't want to, like, struggle with it. I didn't have to struggle with it, thankfully. Alright, let's You can't hear that over the music. Oh. I was trying to do, like, the asthma thing of, like, raking my fingernail across the ridges of the chip. That's not bad. When I caught, like, a whiff of it when I opened the bag, I thought it was gonna be spicy, but it's really not spicy. It's definitely barbecue. But it's not, like, intense. This is pretty good. Oh. I could eat this whole bag now. 20 stream streak. Nice. I'm never sure how to feel about, like, how every single, like, platform and website I use seems to be, like, gamifying itself more and more. Like, Yahoo Mail is asking me to keep my streak running by reading or deleting emails. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's so weird. I should not have to keep up a, like, streak of reading emails. I don't want to read emails on, like, a good day. It's so weird. So FF14. FF14 had a live letter recently. And there was some concern before the live letter because people were worried about there's a new variant dungeon. which I never finished the last Varian dungeon. There's a lot I need to catch up. There's a few things I need to catch up with in FF14. Varian dungeons and the most recent Alliance raid, primarily. I haven't watched the live letter. I'm gonna be going into the new stuff relatively clean. I like the look of the new Varian dungeon. It's colorful. It kind of reminded me a little bit, like, visually of, like, Apotos from Sonic Unleashed. But apparently there is some content in it. Primarily, I think people took issue with one of the bosses, as well as some of the gear that you can unlock through it. In terms of, like, kind of issues with cultural sensitivity is probably the best way that I could put it. I've seen some accusations of Orientalism and stuff like that. I am not even close to the right person to discuss this sort of thing. I would say look for people who are actually, like, affected by this sort of thing when it happens. See what they're saying about it. Understand what they're saying about it. Bring it up in, like, what's the word I'm looking for? On, like, the forum and stuff like that. Same stuff as usual. Funniest reaction I've seen to gear, someone from said culture going, "It's not even good looking, at least try." Was that, Noah? It'll Ruin? Because that's the one that I saw. Noah's a fan art, big fan artist in the FF14 community. That, you don't remember their name? Yeah. He was basically just like, his whole thing was just like, the femme top was like the one thing that he said looked really good, but it's just like, if you're gonna go his whole thing was, if you're gonna do an Orientalism, at least make it look good. Yes, it was. Yeah, exactly. Like, he didn't even like how the rest of it looked outside of the female top. Ow. Oh, I hope I didn't just bite my lip hard enough to, like, cause a new sore. That's the same spot that I had a sore previously. God damn it. But yeah, we like Noah here. His whole approach prior to the live letter actually happening was just like, wait and see. We'll see how it happens. No use crying about it right now. And then it came out and just like, okay, yeah. A couple other minor complaints. People are still pretty upset. Well, I mean, I guess this isn't quite so minor, but people are still pretty upset that, like, patch content still seems to be focusing on Alexandria more than Tuliolal, which I understand. We'll probably discuss the... Also, another person from Sick Culture saying how they're jaded, so they're still on the fence about it, but also how people need to stop having knee-jerk reactions before getting more info. There's also bad bias in just jumping immediately. Yeah. Hello, Kale. Welcome. But yeah, we'll probably go into the whole... We'll probably go into the whole thing with the extreme focus on Alexandria versus, like, Greater Tuliolal and Tudal and everything. Once we actually get to Dawn Trail on stream, that's still a ways off. This isn't Silent Hill. We don't have many holes to go in. They said they sometimes appreciate things taking a trying over not trying at all, even if it's bad. Yeah, and I get that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm under no circumstances qualified to talk about this sort of thing. So, like, okay. But the big thing, and we're actually going to need to BRB for a little bit. The big thing, of course, that everyone is talking about is the update to the glamour system, which is the thing that I'm most excited about. So if you haven't seen this, the update to the glamour system is that they are removing restrictions on level, jobs, and class. Meaning that no matter what, like, job or class you are, you can glamour yourself to have any outfit from any other job or class, regardless of level or anything. The only restrictions is that you can't glamour a weapon to look like another a weapon from a different class just because of animations and stuff like that. Which I'm excited about. I'm gonna fuck with that heavy. I'm hoping that this also removes the restrictions on grand companies as well, because there is a specific top from the Immortal Flames that I really like, that I own, but I haven't been able to use because I'm part of the Maelstrom. So we'll have to see. Now, on that note, before we actually get started, I have to go grab some chili dogs. So I will actually be right back. Alright, I'm back. I've got my chilied dogs. But yeah. So we're about to have a fucking fashion renaissance in FF14. Now, I've been dealing with ants recently, and I have here 2 delicious chilied dogs that I have brought to my desk. Now, you may be thinking, Gage, shouldn't you be worried bringing food to your desk if you're dealing with ants? And normally I would be, but a bitch is vengeful. I believe I found the spot that the ants are getting into the house. And it is a hole in the floor by the door frame leading into the master bathroom. And when I tell you that I fucking filled that bitch up with ant poison that is designed to be carried back to the colony and fed to all the other ants, I want you to know I filled that bitch up so much a furry artist would look at how much I filled that thing up and blush about it. That's how much I filled it up. Raid commercials film, right? New Zilla quest. No, I already commissioned Zilla for that. Anyways. Chili dogs. I should probably eat these before I get started so that I don't get cold. So, what are we doing today? Well, if you recall, recently, in the story of Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, we succeeded
in bringing the knight back to Norvrent and have successfully ended the threat of the Flood of Light, more or less. He's doing his best heady voice. Something, don't talk with your mouth full. Don't tell me what to do. This is my stream. I'll be as rude as I want. So, after we defeated Emmett Shelk and returned the knight to Norvrent, you may recall that there was a short scene after the credits featuring your boy Thancred and your girl Reen. And that they were planning to do something. I thought that don't put in your mouth PSAs with food. That's what it's for, to be put in mouth. Exactly. I got like... If I really wanted to get this done quickly, I'd get that numbing agent that I got for mouth sores recently. That I kept, like, accidentally, like, absent-mindedly, like, licking and swallowing. So it got my throat all numb, and I would just, like, intentionally swallow it, and then just shove these things down my gullet. Just kind of shove my gag reflex inside. But I won't do that, because that actually seems kind of dangerous. And if you can believe it, I don't get a lot of practice for that sort of thing, so I cannot guarantee I would be able to do it safely. So anyway, Reen and Thancred were getting ready to do something, right? And that something had to do with the blasted wastelands out beyond the Wall of Light in Amarang. Today, we will be attending the Eden Raids, which is going to be following the exploits of young Miss Reen and Master Thancred, who out here blasting wastelands every fucking day. Of young Miss Reen and Master Thancred, as we work to do whatever the fuck it is that we're doing with these blasted wastelands. Gulp. Delicious.
Alright. Let's go, lesbians. In the middle of nowhere, one of the Crystarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you. Ah, Igeld. Have you seen Reen? She's been looking for you. Lesbian singular. I mean, not for long. Wait here. I'll go and get her. Hey, girl, hey. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Okay. Now, hold on, I haven't even told you what it is yet. Girl, why do you think that that's a requisite? Ahem. After you defeated Emmett Selk, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. Oh! I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. I'll... No. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Tancred Uyange and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. The three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us? I wouldn't have it any other way. Let sleeping dogs lie. Psh. Thank you, Eigeld. This means a lot. First of all, let's head to the derrick in Amarang. Tancred and Urianger should have everything ready by now. Okay. Is this a series reference? You need to remember that FF14 is like the one Final Fantasy game that I've spent like any significant amount of time with. I think after FF14, it's like FF10 and then maybe FF8. Oh yeah, this raid series is very inspired by 8. Oh, that's cool. Very 8. I do enjoy me some FF8. Oh, wait, hold on. What am I doing? Ben Starr would like this raid series. Really? Just Lakeland? Maybe if I go to the Amaro lunch. Yeah, let's go to Amarang. Oh shit, we didn't get through Palace of the Dead yet. Nope, not yet. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I've got so much other shit that I need to, like, worry about getting through right now. Like, I need to do the second Vanadil Alliance raid. Hello, AK4. Welcome. Like, it is embarrassing how long it's taken me to actually get around to that. Just hopping over to Curl. I'm right near the end of FF1. Was playing it last night even. Nice! How's 14? Well, I mean, is good. I like 14 a lot. I've been playing it for years. Buppy. Got that FF16 whoopee. Tancred! Sorry to drag you all the way out here. I have a feeling you'll miss this place when you see where we're going next, though. 'Tis a blessing to see thee so hale. I bounced off it as a kid, too hard to and open, and that's exactly what's making me love it as an adult. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. Not at all. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to her. Would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Reen sensed turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severeth a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though, for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely upon Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. Okay. There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, Thancred? Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye? Back again, too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrent, the ambient ether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. 'Tis due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Reen's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us any noticeable degree, but much longer than that and we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how Chocobos and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. Okay. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mord Sook at some point. Okay. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. While I'm piloting and Reen's navigating, you and Urianger will be free to enjoy the view and engage in rousing conversation. By that I mean he can spend the whole time talking at you while you nod in agreement. Okay. Although the flood of light is believed to have expunged all traces of life from the empty, we must remain ever vigilant. We know not what we shall find. Well then, shall we? All aboard the dipshit mobile! I'm gonna have to do so much talking during this. With a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery. This is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes. 'Tis a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of this world are as this. A slate all but wiped clean. Fucked up if true. Were it not for the warriors of darkness and Minfilia... Reen, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we've a good few moms ahead of us. Oh. Eating chips. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? Oh, big sweepy. The empty. No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No. Don't be stupid. No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. What? Girl, what? The first Sin Eater. Huh? Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point. Or single being. I forgot that this was the crux of what Eden was. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. Fucked up, if true. She gave everything she had, and won. Ah. But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Ariange, please. Let's get serious here for a second. Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature. For what was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? What? Why? Just for that, Ariange, I'm making a coin with one side. Forget dollar bills, we're exchanging Mobius strips. Eden. Utopia in Fae. A most auspicious title. The Fae are Catholic? Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set... I mean, they are in the first version of Ishgard, so actually that makes sense. Okay, it's really funny you mentioned that. Yeah, I'm guessing it's really funny because of the new Deep Dungeon, am I right? Am I correct? Tell me I'm correct. Say a bitch is right. They're Catholic in the Deep Dungeon. Fuck yeah, let's go! You should really do Pals of the Day. I probably should. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents on the off chance, but pitching the damned things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? No. Oh, well, yeah, alright. I can't wait to do the Deep Dungeon and meet Pixie Jesus. Hello, Ariange. Though frequent rest may allay the symptoms of prolonged exposure to the empty's ambient ether, 'twould be unwise to linger here over long. I literally cannot say anything else. I understand. Where the fuck is Thancred? Thancred! Thancred has disappeared. Thancred has been absorbed into the countryside. Reen! I never realized that putting up tents could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got here in the end. Thancred should be back from scouting the area... Okay. So Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. Okay, do you remember the song in 8? No. You have to keep in mind... when I say that I've had the most exposure to Final Fantasy X and 8, I didn't actually play them myself. My partner at the time did. And I watched them play through 10 and some of 8. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged... Deploy the core. Reen waits anxiously for Thancred to return from surveying the vicinity. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long. It could be anything. Maybe he's trying to fuck Eden. Ah, there he is. Thancred, were you successful? No, not in surveying the vicinity. The other thing. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No. No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now, before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? Girl? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant that all of the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. I mean, Eden does have a pretty noticeable bulge. Oh, whoa? What's this? If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible? And how do you expect to control that kind of power? Reen's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. He does need to practice flirting with those of the bulge side. I don't know, he managed to land Urianger pretty handily. I believe Minfilia halted the Flood of Light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. I, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Reen doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden. But such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Aigeld? I sayest... I imagine this is easier said than done. Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try. Very well, Reen. You've made up your mind, so how should we go about this? I have an idea. I was thinking about something. Okay. Quick little tangent. So, there's a lot of moments in Final Fantasy XIV's story where you get a dialogue option, right? And more often than not, what ends up happening... Oh, hold on. Okay. Sorry, I needed to respond to something real quick. More often than not, the actual option that you choose doesn't really have, like, an impact on anything. Like, the character's response is usually the same. Like, maybe on certain options that, like, would require a bit more elaboration. You maybe get, like, an additional piece of dialogue before it continues onto, like, the rest of it. Like, when you, for example, when you, when you jokingly refer to Y'shtola as Mom, because she's telling you what to do, and she's got the line about taking you across her knee, and it's just like, promise? No. Now, that might seem dull. And I might have thought the same, where it's just like, oh, it doesn't really matter what you say, because, like, in the end, it's gonna have the exact same reaction to it, regardless of what it is that you choose. And I probably would have continued thinking that if I hadn't played Zenless Zone Zero. And gotten the dialogue options where it doesn't matter what you say, because your character ultimately says both things at the same time. And then ZZZ showed you how much stupider it could be. Exactly, yeah. So, like, Reen's response here, or Reen's response to what we said, like, it would have been the same response whether it was just, like, easier said than done, or it could put Reen's life at risk, right? Like, either way, it would have been, that's true, but we have to try. But, like, at the very least, we can be pretty confident in the fact that, like, diegetically, our character only said one thing. Because, like, there's plenty of times in the game where it's just, like, there's a clear, like, correct answer for how things should proceed. And then there's, like, one or two alternative answers. And if you choose one of the other alternative answers, like, the person you're talking to will have someone who's like, I don't know if that's going to work, but what if we tried this? And it's, like, the correct answer, which I do appreciate. Anyways, I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. That giant Talos had a core too, like a beating heart. It controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance. The theory is certainly sound. I just want to, like, draw, like, a triangle using his forearms as two of the sides. It'd be a right triangle, you see, because the angle there would be 90 degrees. Anyways. By employing Ethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Get going, kid! Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Oriange? No. I'm just kind of spitballing. All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning etherology. Moonbreeder continues to haunt the narrative. And she will continue to haunt the narrative until morale improves. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging around in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you had best lead the way, Ageld? It's true that she's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on her any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when she absorbed too much light, but as Alice said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Hold on. Kale, I said make a triangle with his forearms. Come on. Hold on. Hold on, let me save this and put it up on stream so I can put you on blast. One moment. Uh-oh, I accidentally turned on my work computer. Like, look at this. This is Bush League. These are baby mistakes you're making. No, I'm kidding. You did actually manage to find another right triangle within his arms, which is still very funny. Okay. Better. You've redeemed yourself. Good thing, too. I was like 2 seconds away from banning you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Joking. Jokes. We got jokes. Did you know? We've got jokes. Thank you. Know what else you do? Oh, no. Oh, hey. Thank you. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't, and there's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking Igeld. I considered it, but you're gonna be in Q hell, so nah. Then perhaps I could... No. You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Okay. Fine, I guess. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Girl, yes. This is what I do best. I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. Hey. Boop, 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 boop. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. Big guy. Eden's Gate Resurrection now accessible. I'm gonna kick some ass. Thancred! Dog, why are you all the way over here? Oh, hold up. I can't get this bloody thing lit. Must be because the ether has stopped flowing, just as Reen said. Though if this plan of hers and Oriange's actually works, we might have to stop calling this place the Empty. The teleportation apparatus hath been calibrated successfully, and I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration to be relatively low. Thanks, Oriange. Reen? We're ready when you are, Igeld. Oh. Also, Zilla, if you're on board for... Hmm? Oh, because I've already done that one. Zilla, if characters in gothic attire, incredible. If you're excited for characters in gothic attire, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this raid series. Reen's discovery of a vast concentration of light prompts an expedition to the barren wastelands left in the wake of the flood, known as the Empty. There you encounter the immense, enigmatic Eden, the very first Sin Eater and progenitor of the destruction that all but consumed the world. Rather than seeking to end this threat once and for all, Reen hopes to use its limitless power to restore the ethereal balance of the Empty and breathe life into the planet. However, she must first gain control of the Eden's core, which is likely to have countermeasures for repelling intruders. Hey, do you know what Eden is in FF8? I don't know. Alright, who's up? Let's, sexy little ready check. Six minutes. Okay. So the new episode of It, Welcome to Derry dropped a day early. It came out yesterday on Halloween. And I've watched a little over half of it at this point. And like, it's fine so far. Like, I'm enjoying it. There's a particular kind of imagery that thus far it seems like it's kind of, I guess, obsessed isn't the right word, but like there's a commonality so far between the first episode and the second episode where, like, how do I put this? Pregnancy as horror, I guess, is the best way to say it. Is like a common bit of imagery that's deployed in both the first episode and the second episode. Something to keep in mind if you decide to watch it. And there's something that I'm noticing. You get a lot of people talking about how they want to have, like, longer TV shows more often recently. I'm not going to get into the whole, like, serialization versus episodic nature of storytelling with TV or anything like that. We're gonna push that to the side. We've had that discussion. There's something that just kind of like trying to get through the second episode of It, Welcome to Derry. I say trying to get through as if I'm not enjoying myself, and I am enjoying myself, but there's something that I'm noticing where the scenes that it decides to linger on, like, how to put this? How to properly put this? It's utilizing its ability to, like, expand on, like, scenes that, like, establish, like, characters and stuff like that. We're gonna get into the thing. Hold on. It's using its ability to, like, linger on scenes to, like, establish characters and things, like, as much as it can, which is something you want to do when you've got, like, that kind of runtime and you need to, like, kind of really get people on board with the story. Be careful! Huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core! Wait, what's that? Ah. Ooh, it's pulsating. Keeper of Knowledge, Eden Prime! Sam! I'm pregnant, Sam. It's yours. Okay. We doubling up on gunbreakers. I see how it is. Okay, they got their thing on, so that's fine. Woohoo! Oh, Victomancer's down. Oh, Victomancer's back up. I don't know what kind of thing it's about to hit me with. Okay. It's been a while since I've done a lot of these Eden raids. What the? Hey, you can fucking get back over here. Oh, Black Mage is down. Yeep! I probably should have hit Heart of Gold before that. No, it's fine. Ended up working out pretty well. Whoa! Yeep! Ooh. Yeah. Oh, shit. I think you can get this thing as a mount, but I don't know how you do that. Fuck. Oh. Alright. Okay, I guess we don't have to pull them apart, I guess? No, maybe I should. Hold on. Oh, Delina's down. This is the actual summon attack. That's fun. I mean, it's not super fun for me. You got how did you get aggro? Oh. That seems bad. Okay, I don't think you should be allowed to do that. Like, that just doesn't seem fair. Eden is very famous for a minute-long cutscene every time you summon it. Yeah, that makes sense. Pew pew! Pew pew! Woo! Oh, shit. Yep. Oh, Black Mage is down again. Oh, Black Mage is back up. What are my thoughts on NaNoWriMo? In an official capacity, fuck NaNoWriMo. Unless, of course, they reversed their stance on AI for what's the word I'm looking for? For entrance. In which case, still kind of a tentative fuck them, because that should never have been, like, something that was considered in the first place. Also, hi, Nally. How are you doing? Did you enjoy your chili dog? Oh, yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, the official, like, organization behind NaNoWriMo said, like, oh, yeah, it's totally fine if you're writing your shit. And it's just like, that's stupid. That's dumb. And you're dumb for saying it. Are you still planning to write a lot this month, though? I'm planning to write something. We had so many Lalafell, goodness. My writing plans this month consist entirely of I have a specific scene for Wicked Game that I have been kind of plugging away at just over the last couple months. That my intention is to have it done by my birthday. It's not going to be novel length. It is going to be just kind of a single scene. Probably still going to be pretty long, just for like kind of all I have planned for it. Like, of the scenes I've written, I would imagine it's going... Because I think it's already at, like, 4 pages. So I would imagine it's going to be closer, like, some of, like, the longer ones that I've written. Like, ones that were, like, 8 pages or 10 pages long. I was a little sad to see the Final Fantasy XIV write wasn't happening this year. Very understandable because the lead moderator had a baby. Yeah, 100%. I know people use prompts from previous years. Yeah, I had a lot going on. I wouldn't have been able to participate in Final Fantasy XIV, right? I think the spirit of NaNoWriMo is good. Yeah, me too. Shame to hear that it became dog water. Yeah, it's kind of it's a similar thing to I think what happened with Inktober, I forget what happened, what Inktober was specifically was. It was some, like... It was either AI or it was NFTs. It was one of those. I don't think it was AI. I think it might have been NFTs. Because I'm pretty sure that was, like, a couple years ago that it came up. I don't know. Gotta put a copyright on it. That's also super sucks. Pro NFT, yeah. Alright. Oriange. Though we anticipated some form of resistance, I did not foresee Eden generating a smaller replica of itself. To think that a mere fraction of its power could manifest such an adversary is frightening indeed. Eden really was just like, it's a little me. I want you to have it. I don't even watch Smiling Friends. I shouldn't be... It seems that we'll have to wait for the ether within Eden to stabilize before we can all teleport to the core. I know that in FF8, Eden being a 1-minute summon is funny because every summon is like at least 15 seconds long. Oh, Gage Goldie said she can join. There is no short summon on Livia. Cool. Natalie, I know that those are only capitalized because you had to spell them out for your speech to text, but it's also funny reading it as like, I think Reen and Gaia would like Smiling Friends. It seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Speech to text is so finicky on what it recognizes as names and words. Like, genuinely didn't think it would understand the word finicky just now. It does know the word cock, which is so important. Oh. Other people can show up here. That's neat. Banquet. Cock. Standing around and waiting is hardly my forte, though I dare say I'm more suited to this than whatever Oriange is doing. They can, but only if they're doing a raids. Well, hop on New Game Plus. Though the apparatus is now in place. Oh, yeah, give me 1 second. A number of minute adjustments must needs be made before attempting to assert control over Eden. Let me... Do I have... I guess I must not have Livia. Who's Thalon Segrin? I don't remember who that is. Search conditions. Livia? Execute? Damn. Arkwright? No. Weird. We're working on it. Continue. Can do. Reen! Once Oriange has activated the device, it's my turn. Oriange, Thancred said it's my turn on the Xbox. Oh, fuck. I just put chips in my mouth. 1 second. The time hath come, Reen. Okay. Watch over me, Minfilia. Beep boop boop bop boop bop boop beep boop bop boop bop beep boop bop. She just said that out loud. It wasn't the computer making that noise. She made that sound with her mouth. No one's sure why. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. It was also the computer saying that. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Oriange! I am unharmed, but what of Reen? She seems like she's doing fine. No! You listen to me! Spirit Bomb! Reen, be careful! He's got a boo-boo, you gotta kiss it better, Thancred. This is fine. Be careful with what? Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I love that Eden has 4 tits and a bulge. Do your thing. There we go. We in there. We do it. We them boys. Oriange. The beast's fury hath subsided. Well, I'm glad that's over. But for how long? Oh. Ween. One fell swoop. One fell swoop, and she do what a yoinky... What? Reen appears to have a recovered of a battle of wills with Eden. One bad gloop. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Oh. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art. Alert! 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 Reen, what's going on? Above us! Something's coming this way! An enemy! Enemy spotted. how dost thou... Ah! Could it be a Sin Eater? I can't see them clearly, but... No, that's impossible. What is it? They're inside, too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. What? Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. Shut the fuck up, Thancred. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. Okay. And Igeld can welcome our airborne adversary. Okay. Reen, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. Okay. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. Alright, everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Duty final has been updated with new Webbable Duty. Webbable Duty. Sweatman! Dedu kill me. What? Anyway. Oh, hold on, I got it. Sexy little ready check. Okay. One bad gloop. Anyway, so it welcome to Darity, right? So it find like being able to take your time on a particular scene is kind of like it's a coin flip, let's say. Double-edged sword, perhaps. Where like sometimes it allows you to like really kind of get into the nitty-gritty of like a character's motivation. Okay, hold on. You have a white mage in the party now. The Void Walker. Hey girl, hey, how you doing? Call that white privilege? No, you can't call it that. Ooh, we got somebody new in this one. Actually, that might be the same black mage from the last one, now that I'm looking at it. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm still here. I'm still here. Everything's fine. The stream is still going? That was a little odd. Oop. Uh-oh. Wow. I'm not 100% certain what's going on with my connection today. Oh, from beyond the rift, our doom draws near. Oh shit, that's a big ham. And here comes the giant fist. Oh shit! Ah, I wasn't paying attention. That's on me. Oop. That could have gone better. We've got a diabolic curse. I hate having a diabolic curse. It's my least favorite thing. Nobody look at me. Nobody, everyone stop looking at me. No one look at me ever. Okay, in 3 seconds, nobody look at me. Okay, some of you looked. It's fine. It's not your fault. Kind of a wild combination of attacks that was done. Also, hello, Ion Agenda. Welcome. Woo! Okay, okay. We good, we good. We Gucci, baby. We got this. This is done. This is as good as done. You know, like who even cares? Who even care? I could just like not pay attention. I could just, you know, just kind of do my rotation. It's like who even gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like sit here hitting my buttons. Whatever. What could happen? You know? We're done. That was kind of a fucked up looking thing. Ah! Pumpkin pop filter. No upbeats for you. Girl, wake up. Girl, wake up challenge. Him's baby, how dare you? Also for anyone who cares, 0 and 3. What? I got a player comp. Go me. Baseball. Igelt, thank goodness you're unharmed. I don't know. I don't have any skin in that game, I'm gonna be honest. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch, and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No. I won't let you. Huh? Damn the light. Damn you all! Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? And she's down again. She's alive. There's something strange about her ether. She didn't seem too pleased with Reen taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. Tummy wars hurts, I feel ya. Another victim of the tummy wars. 'Tis plain she is not a sin-eater, not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. Uh-huh. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. We did beat the shit out of her, to be fair. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. We did beat the shit out of her. Yeah, that's what I said. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Okay. Bankard is just casually carrying a woman in full plate armor. Yeah. What, like it's weird? Fun fact, what is the opposite of Gaia in terms of elemental/nature opposites? Points to Emmerich carrying Stinky. True. I have yet to discover the means by which the exterior was breached, though 'twould appear that the fiends that Thancred and I slew were of a similar nature to those led by thine own adversary. Void-sent, in other words. Void-sent? Very strange. Surely nothing else will ever happen with them. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Void-sent may enter. Void-sent? Void-sent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants. I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selk. Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiark. Maybe we'll be able to find out more once she's woken up.
In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna make me talk to you again. Okay. Oh. Oh. So it welcome to Derry, right? So the benefit of having like the TV show format where you've got an entire season to work with rather than just a movie is that you can more deeply explore a character's motivations and why they do what they do. In addition to just just like giving it more room to breathe, you know? The problem is that this isn't always a good thing. And in some cases can lead to situations where, like, I don't know. It's just like you're just kind of spinning your wheels. Like, in watching season 2 of It Welcome to Derry, like, there's a couple scenes that feel like they go on a little bit over long and either kind of indulge a bit too much in sort of like gross out horror, let's say. Pair that with what I said earlier with like the common thematic elements between episode 1 and 2. But then like there's the second-hand embarrassment side of it, where you've got like conversations with characters where it's just like it's becoming clear that like this is supposed to make you uncomfortable in a different way, and it's just like, oh boy, I don't know if I want to watch this anymore. I wish this scene would end. Which is not something... I'm not saying you can't, like, really indulge in secondhand embarrassment in, like, a movie or anything, but generally, like, you have to, like, cut for brevity, for the most part. Nor any drop to drink. Reen's newly formed bond with Eden's core has led to a surprising discovery.
I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning.
Remember to hydrate or dihydrate, motherfuckers!
And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead, but pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works.
And therefore the true nature of the flood of light.
Yes. It affected the balance of all the ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether.
The power to tip the scales.
Time to tip the scales! And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. Trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good.
Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Reen, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper.
So what should we do?
A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. 'Twould be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. Thancred!
Sup, fucker? I'm curious to know what connection that girl has to Eden. If only she'd told us a bit more before she collapsed. How dare she faint and go unconscious at such an inconvenient moment?
Still sleeping soundly, I'm afraid. If I'd known she'd take so long to come around, I'd have brought a good book or two to pass the time. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored.
Urianger, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. This plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right?
In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation.
One at a time? I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others.
For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent the element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Eigeld, indulge me for a moment, if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye?
Moogles!
No? Mayhap thou art defeated to utter the faithful word, for even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invite it we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louisoix once did on the fields of Carteneau. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion.
By beating the shit out of it. So defeat it, in other words. But is that even possible?
I break my fast on primals. I eat gods for breakfast. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Eigeld.
Okay.
As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you will be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norbrent was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm.
Water. Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go.
And I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Okay.
Okay.
Still, I must say, I don't envy you being caught up in yet another of Urianger's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you've fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck.
Is the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man a primal? Food for thought. Reen's acquitted herself well in this whole Eden business, but I think she needs to slow down a little. We're in no hurry after all.
Yes, next question.
Of course, of course. All right. Leviathan is the ideal candidate to embody the element of water. Be warned that the circumstances of said summoning differ greatly from that of the primal encountered in the source, and the results are difficult to predict.
Stay Puft food for thought? No, he's food for my mouth? Are you asking me, Zilla?
Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all.
Music's so good.
Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water-aspected ether. The rest is up to you, Igeld.
Okay, now Leviathan... Leviathan had 2 heads, right? How many heads did Leviathan? Was it 1 or 2? Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. I think it was 2. I'm pretty sure it was 2 heads. Eden's Gate, inundation, now accessible. I only sometimes like marshmallows, so do I want Shamlo? Extremely relevant lore to the rest of the game. You fought the head and the tail on both sides. You did.
When you're ready, I'll have Eden teleport you there.
Twould appear that the summoning was a success, though Leviathan hath yet to reveal himself. Gage, important. Yeah, what's up? Igil can hear the background music. Yeah. Is she summoning the background music for these raids? I think the background music is something that she's focused... So, okay. Here's the thing. Igel didn't... I would say she's probably not doing that for the... She's not doing it for the Realm Reborn ones, would be the only thing. Because Igeld didn't gain the ability to hear the background music until she started training as a red mage, which happened during Heavensward. So, realistically speaking, I think there's only like a couple that she would be... So, I think there'd only be a couple that she could actually, like, think of the background music for. I'm trying to remember which ones those would be. One of them is definitely Shiva. Excuse me. I don't know. Anyways, we should queue. We should. Let's get in there. Inundation. Chips. Let's fucking go. You predict the Black Mage will be back? Probably. Yeah, expect Haku again. What the fuck? Oh, that's just me. Okay. Goodness gracious. I saw myself in like the glow of the entrance. I'm just like, what the fuck is that? What? Any second now. Oh god, I'm not on spatula duty this time. Lila, you got this. Oh. Full party. Eden's Gate, inundation. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I remember, how I remember Leviathan looking. Yeah, Leviathan definitely had two heads. Two heads just like a shark. Yeah, Haku's back! Wow. Don't like that. Run, Haku! It's okay, champ. You'll get him next time. Shit. Ah, yeah. Ooh. Less than ideal. Yep. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, that's fine. What's the fire? What is it? It's arm's length, that's what it is. Oh. I don't like that. Oh. Ah, I see. Haku's down. Haku down! Black Mage Haku is only casting ice spells. Oh boy. Oh shit. Delina, what are you doing over there? Oh shit. I cast spell of get his ass. Bam. Smile. No, 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 no. Watch you do that, and then they're not even in our party for the next one. Like, I imagine they would be, but it would be really funny. Come now, they're baby. We're doing level 80 content. I would hope that, like, by level 80 as a black mage, you know how, like, the hold on. The rotation works. A most emphatic victory, I gailed. Unfortunately, we cannot yet be certain if the ether is behaving as predicted. Reen, is the ether behaving as predicted?
That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like?
Yeah, more or less. Bunny, 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 bunny definitely had two heads.
No, not quite the same then. But why is that?
The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin. Sahagin? Goth Hub's ban. To whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Eigeld's experiences of Leviathan, and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies.
Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
Moshi moshi, I get SHARKTASY. How goes it? Bunny bunny banani banani banoi banani bunny bunny. 2 heads. If you've finished slaying your primal or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. Bunny bunny banan. Bunny 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 bunny.
What could that be?
Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. Stretch. Everybody make sure you stretch. Do ba-do, wa-do. Do-di-di-do-di-do-da-do. Sup, fucker?
I can't look!
Oh, shit. Oh my god, it's so blue. What do you think you're doing being as blue like that? Who told you you could be so blue? This raid series is super important.
By the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold. Dabba-dee-dabba-die. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Eigeld.
Girl, compared to the Light Ward and shit, this is easy as hell. Weather update, it's raining. Well, yeah, we brought back the water aspect of Ether. Of course it's raining.
You know, when I first heard Urianger's plan, I didn't know what to expect. But then that enormous crystal appeared and water came gushing forth and, well... such a profound transformation, though the change appeareth to be limited to an area no more than a few malms in diameter.
Just like that, Eden got wet. Severe weather alert, the entire world is now an ocean. Volcano alert, that's land. Girl, super seismic. Super seismic! Reen and Urianger are considering the next step in the plan to reclaim the empty.
I think this proves that the water aspect at Ether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next, Urianger?
I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora.
Who's Flora? Imagine that. Forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing.
Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Reen, perhaps a little older.
Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand.
As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. Bye.
If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results.
Oh, hey.
Blue. Blue raspberry. Borf?
Once more unto the empty, dear friend. Thou art prepared, I presume. As prepared as I'll ever be.
Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrent, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the Earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? Wheels. Definitely had wheels. Landslides. The landslides. It seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. My first time fighting Titan was back before they made it so that if you fell off the side of the arena, you would teleport back up to be resurrected. So I spent most of the fight dead on the ground, hundreds of feet below. Because this was back in, like, 2013. Remember him, Thanos, twerking us to death with earthquakes? True. But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Eigild remembers, yes? Aye, 'twould be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. Okay, but I'm pretty sure Titan had wheels. I'm like 80% sure. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee naught, I fear. Aye. All right, Eigild. Once you're ready, we'll be on our way. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Eigild? Memories of Titan come tumbling back. Oh god, are all of them gonna be puns? Like, memories of... I think it said memories of Leviathan came flooding back, didn't it? The terrain around here seems a bit rough, but Eden can give you something more level to stand on. Remember, the primal will almost assuredly be vastly different from that which thou didst lay low on the source. Okay, but I'm pretty sure he had wheels. I gotta... hold up. Sexy little ready check. Really? Both of you? Wow, fuck. Fuck 7 minutes, I guess. Pool party. See, what'd I tell you? Wheels. 3 black mages! Oh, he's not even here. Haku's not even in this one. That's so funny. Alright. Guess I'm main tanking. Whoop. Yeep.
Ah, like that. Okay. I forgot what sort of, like, how I needed to orient that. That one's on me. Oh, shit. Ugh. Titan. Titan. There is no salvation for the sons of man. Fuck! Okay. I forgot how that worked. That's on me. That's on me. Yikes! Okay. Alright, hit me with that full heal. Hey, come over here real quick. Please come over here real quick. Please come over here real quick. Fuck. Okay, I don't remember how this goes. Shit! Well, god damn it. Okay, okay. Once more, with feeling. In my defense, they don't make that particularly clear in the long run. But it's fine. Okay. Nah, fucked up my rotation. That's fine. Oh yeah, you gotta be careful where you're going with that. Okay, so stand in front of him. And get out of the way. Okay. Alright, we got this now. We got this. Now it's gonna go perfectly, with no mistakes. On this one, we stand to the sides. Whoa! Okay, maybe not that close to the sides. Or maybe that close to the side? I don't even... Okay. It's fine. We're all alive. That's what's important. Bow down, Overdweller. Now, these are lyrics from his theme, which has fun implications if we consider Aigale being able to hear the background music. Like, there's the possibility that while she may not have been able to hear it at the exact time that she actually fought these characters, or these primals, it is possible that she may have had some sort of, like... What's the word I'm looking for? Subconscious awareness, perchance? Oh, fuck. Yep, no, that hit me. Which, for her at least, would explain why when they summon, like, the versions that she remembers, or that she has memories of, that they are using their... that they're, like, speaking out the lyrics to their music. Na 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 na. Hey, did you know that Stone Crusher is an AoE? What? Anyway. Can you sell this one? No, I can't. Get all of this out of my face. I wasn't here, so I wanted to ask, did you mention Nomura designed these bosses? Really? That's cool. Ask me how I found Tank. Nah, I'll just trust you. I'll trust your knowledge. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk to Urianger. Oh, this raid series is his baby. That's cool. But also, hello, Lucas. Welcome. Well fought, Aigale. Well fought indeed. That thou wert able to triumph over this avatar of primordial rage is testament to thy puissance. Urianger, did you just call me a pussy?
Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too?
He never stood a chance against me. I did mostly fight him unsynced.
Well, having seen the way you fight, I can believe that. But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty.
The most unfairly hated key producer at Square Enix. I like Nomura's stuff, honestly. Yeah. I spent most of the fight watching everybody else fight. He never stood a chance against me. What's it like lying to a child, Aigale? What are you talking about? Aigale didn't have any trouble with Titan. When I was talking before about dying by walking off the edge, that was back during with my original character that I started playing as, Galea Roughscales. Ever since I had to start doing research for Final Fantasy stuff, I got a lot more respect for him than in the past. Nomura strikes me as a guy who knows what he likes aesthetically, and I don't know. We should all be so confident in in the things we enjoy.
I can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time.
You mean belts? Yes, I mean belts. What else would I mean? Where do you think all of the belts that they got rid of in this game went to? Lulu's outfit. Anyways.
Did we really do all of this?
Oh. When the PS4 era started, Nomura got into plaid too. Good for him.
Aye, it would appear that balance has returned to the element of earth. And yet...
Are we going to the next tier, by the way? We might as well start. I could probably get through at least half of those tonight.
The transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Yes. Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations.
We're doing good on the queue after all, worth trying. Yeah, for sure.
Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of... Oof. Reen! Thancred!
So I'll point out that if we do 2 raids in the next tier, we'll start next stream with Iconoclasm. Birds.
Yeah, let's do that. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Not the words. No, the birds, though. Thancred! Are you all right? Perhaps asserting her will over Eden hath taken its toll.
Oh, it's Orng now.
The next piece of the puzzle. Reen appears to have been overcome by exhaustion.
Iconoclasm is quite iconiclic. I won't be able to make next streams. I will be out of friends, so good luck with birds. Thank you.
What if we did birds today? It's nothing.
No, I shouldn't go that late.
That didn't look like nothing to me. You'd better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do. Nay, Thancred hath the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. But guys, I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Reen, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth hath been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here.
No, fuss more. Fuss more, though.
I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Smile. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first 2 elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask.
Reen, believe me, if there's anybody who knows how important it is to keep secrets and lie to the people who care about you, it's Urianger. It's never gone wrong for him. Nothing bad has ever happened because he did that. Not once. In fact, it's been the correct choice every time.
Smile. It seems to me that Reen isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Igeld could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mord Souk, we'll catch up with you once Urianger has finished whatever it is he needs to do.
So you're saying that nothing bad ever happens to the Augurelts? Exactly.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Augurelts. dot dot dot. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. The time will come for Reen and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Reen is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Ha ha, read your ass for filth. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Aigeld, you'd better take the Sky Slipper with Reen. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you, and we'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. Okay. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amarang. Go to the dipshit mobile. Now would probably be a good time to mention that, canonically speaking, the amount of time that Aigeld spent in the empty is actually what caused her hair to do that. The whole, like, mint green thing that she's got going on. Ween? It seemed like you were all having a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. No. Well, if you say so. I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take the first ship piloting, or shall I? Phew, I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I have no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. Girl? But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. Okay. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. Uh-huh. But now that we found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is, and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Aigeld? If Alphino were here, he'd talk things through with her. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. There's not much we can do until she's awake. Yes, like that time in Yulmore. Even when confronting Volthree, he tried his hardest to find a peaceful solution. Hopefully she'll be a bit more willing to listen. Literally anyone would be more willing to listen than Volthree. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using, and since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax.
Walking. Mord Sook. Oh, things are getting real wavy, I'm noticing. It must be really hot out. What do we got? Heat waves. I knew it. Well, I'm not gonna wave back.
Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That guy. That's Gulgul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Excuse me.
Ah, Reen, what a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Igeld, I'd like you to meet Luri.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Now, who's that guy?
Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Igeld. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle.
Blah, 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 blah. I see. Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Reen and Igeld until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. The Oracle of Darkness. Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness. Lost in the never-ending night. Diving deep to the surface. I pray it is not true. Honk shoe, sheep. I don't know, Gaia seems more of a snork me kind of girl. Yalfert! Away with the fairy. Yalfert has arrived in Mordsuk bearing pertinent information. Yalfort! Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified and very, very secret thing. Aww. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Gasp. Gaia looks like grown-up Shoka, Neo Dwewi.
Dwewi? Yalfert! And Igeld, too! We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true?
Well, yes, it most certainly is. Now, an important thing to remember is that this is the first... the the first battle, or the first mission of the second leg of the Eden raids. So, technically speaking, if you were playing this in real time as things were being released, then there would have been a time period of months between when you finished the first leg of the Eden raids and when you started the second leg of the Eden raids. I was talking about the... I mentioned this... friend of the stream, Jazz Solar Momo on Blue Sky, has been kind of like plugging away at getting through FF14, and has mentioned how funny it is that, like, every so often, like, they'll get to a point in the story where they'll just be like, oh yeah, you know, you've done so much, go take a rest, and then, like, the very next thing is just like, oh, hey, we're glad you're here, actually, and it's just like, oh yeah, alright. And I had to explain that, like, or I explained to her that just, like, yeah, this is because, like, you're in, like, the patches, and, like, normally there would be, like, a extended period of time between, like, when you finish, like, the patch content when the next patch started, so, but, like, because you're playing them, like, one right after the other, it's people being like, yeah, you should go take a break, and then immediately being like, hey, actually, fuck that, we got more for you. You know, take a rest, you earned it. Wait, no, please come back. Yeah, exactly. Why, yes, it most certainly is. Apparently, her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden.
She's lost her memory.
Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose.
And Thancred's with her now, is he?
Yes. He's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. What? Ah. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Goldie had to dip, not feeling well. I understand. Too upset about Black Mage using only ice attacks. It's understandable. No, I'm kidding. I hope she feels better.
Good grief, are you always this slow? At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Zilla! You gotta see the character. Thancred, you're back!
Look at this goth bitch in 6-inch heels in the desert. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Oriange. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore.
I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful?
Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. I love Gaia so much. Star of Final Fantasy Dissidia. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. Luggage? Luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. You're the one who didn't want to go out in sensible shoes, lady.
Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Fucking got him. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? Aye. The fucking suitcases. This is one of the reasons I wish they added voices to Alliance raid quests, for sure. But we'll have to wait until at least Endwalker for them to do anything even close to that. For now, the most that we're going to get is when we're actually in battles. Occasionally. We'll get some of it. Man, I'm itchy. Why am I itchy? Fucking itch. Still, properly allocating their budget is, you know, part of the reason they've managed to go so long as they have. I've got so many things I want to ask, but I probably shouldn't bombard her with questions. Amnesia. 'Tis troubling, though not entirely unexpected. You can allocate budget towards mean goth bitches. Goth girl. And they do! But only when we get to the patches in Endwalker. Well, I've given you my early impressions of Gaia, but I would be interested in hearing your opinion. Go on and talk to her and see what you make of her situation. Hey girl, hey, how you doing? I deserve more goths. So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us, not falling unconscious? Uh-huh. Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further... Not now, Iriage. She's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though I would ask you, Eigeld, not to let your guard down just yet. Guys, she's sitting right here. She can hear what you're saying about her. So, you're the one I'm supposed to have fought? Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Maybe I just have one of those faces. Well, perhaps you just didn't make much of an impression. But to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are becoming slightly clearer. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. This table is huge. Maybe I just have one of those faces, Eigeld says, grinning with sharpened teeth and a lizard tongue. She doesn't have a lizard tongue. She does have the eyes, though. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it, not that I know much about that sort of thing. Interesting. What could it mean? And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the aether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. Summoner Goff? What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? I like her. Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him, and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. I love her so much. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Oh? Like Minophilia was inside me. I feel like maybe we could probably find a different kind of way to say this. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. The Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean?
It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Selk. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you in Minfilia. And though Reen was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. Shrug. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmore? That's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... blah 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 blah. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Varthry fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. I know you did the bit already. Show me the Oracle of Light. I'll show you the Warrior of Darkness. Lost in the never-ending night. Diving deep to the surface. I have a message on Discord. Give me a second. Oh, Smurfs. Been making Smurfs downstairs. From what Gaia's told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. But how was she able to resist Varthry's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. Oh? I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. So I'm going, and that's that. See you later, fuckers. Gaia, wait! Insufferable. Utterly insufferable. And yet we can't well leave her to her own devices. Come on. We might... Yeah, we could probably get through 2. I think. The first 4 seem to go by pretty quickly. All aboard the dipshit mobile. Pew! She can't have gone far, especially not in those heels. I love everybody shit-talking Gaia's heels. Koji Fox really be like, no, Merle, listen, you have great designs, but... Get away from me! Uh-oh. Let's go. Girl, that's a bug.
Gaia! It seems I have no choice. Oh.
What you got there? I don't think that worked. Oh, never mind. Jesus Christ! Girl, what? I'm not sure why you used one of the delayed spells, but...
What am I?
Bug was in peril. Woo.
I'm not entirely sure what I just witnessed, but I'm glad she's unharmed. A most fascinating application of ethereal manipulation. The destructive blast did manifest a significant span of time after the initial casting. With sufficient mastery of such a technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional etherical... While it would demand exceptional ethereal control, its tactical potential cannot be denied. Powers befitting the Oracle of Darkness. When you fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes? Back in the Source, portals such as those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is a different matter entirely. We should be thankful that she's not of a mind to turn that power against us. For now. Hey, girl, hey? Don't forget to turn your clocks back tonight. Is that tonight? Thank God it's on a weekend. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of the fairy you spoke of. Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So, in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through our meringue. And while I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Reen, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden. Eh? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. May have started listening to Herald of Darkness. Nice. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I am still right here, you know. I can hear you talking about me. I do. Girl, what? It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good, too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit. Damn, get fucked, I guess. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn, to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you?
Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Oriange? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright.
Oh, I was kind of expecting that to be a little bit harder.
Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say thou hast left no room for doubt.
Oh, okay. Sure, I guess.
For what it's worth, Reen, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you.
That means a lot to me. Thank you.
So you're all just kind of gonna have this conversation around me, huh? Like, do I even really get to say? I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the Southern Watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. But wait, it's only got 4 seats! Thacred, we might need to bust out the lunar whale. Do you have $40 on hand? All aboard the dipshit mobile! You know what that means. What, we have to make 2 trips? Reen staring at the shoe like a lunar whale. Ranja, you need to sit on Thancred's lap. Okay. It's an 8-person mount. Currently, I believe it is the mount that holds the most people. Most multi-seater mounts are either, like, 2-seaters or 4-seaters. This, I think, so far is the only 8-seater. No, this whale has nothing to do with the story other than being referenced to FF4. Yep.
Why couldn't you leave this craft in Mordsuk instead of all the way out here? Actually, don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure it's something frightfully uninteresting. Let's be about it, shall we?
The power of mean girls shines within you.
Though our circumstance hath changed, our mission most assuredly hath not. Restoring life to the empty remaineth our primary objective. Of course I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We'll keep a close eye on her, make sure she's alright. It might be a bit tight of a tight squeeze with the 5 of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Oriange can sit on top of our luggage.
Depart for the empty. All aboard the dipshit mobile! Why don't you park in Mordsuk? Why don't you park in Mordsuk? Because. Is Thancred afraid of coming back to find the shoe on cinder blocks?
As usual, we should keep our sojourn here as brief as possible. Let's tend to business quickly. Everything seems fine here, as far as I can tell. As for Gaia, she hasn't started attacking anything yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. I had hoped that during our absence, the rebalancing of ambient ether might work further change. Alas, 'twas not to be.
Hey, girl, hey, how you doing?
So, there it is.
That's DeviantArt? Sorry.
Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Bringer of the Flood, the first Sin Eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? What awaited on the path ahead I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step.
blood and thunder.
Gaia is lost in thought as she gazes toward the silent giant on the horizon.
Ah, monologuing. Truly an 8 Pro Tag specialty.
I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky, because Thancred freed me from Yulmore, and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too.
Said your piece, have you?
One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things, but for someone like me who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? That's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. Uh-huh. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or been turned into sin-eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of Oracle of Light, please call me Reen. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Your fake name is really cute, oh my god, oh my god. It's not the name I was born with. That's long gone now. Dead, you could say. Like some kind of a dead name.
Thancred, meanwhile, having a serious dad moment in the background.
Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Uh-huh. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore, or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with?
At once, your ladyship.
Aye, it may be best to resign ourselves to her mannerisms. A good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility, given certain company in the Scions. Of whomsoever dost thou speak, I wonder? All right, everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Boop, 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 boop.
Why do I have Photoshop Elements open? Get this out of here. Is Thancred making a joke about fucking noble women? Perchaps? Most likely the twins. Frankwid!
Reen's little chat with Gaia reminded me that, for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I, too, grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Louisoix gave me the surname Waters was one I'll never forget. Years later, it was under rather more desperate circumstances that I gave a certain young girl the name Minfilia. Little did I know that it would then end up crossing time and space, taking on a meaning I could never have foreseen. It came to be passed on to one girl after another, binding them to a fate not their own. In a sense, it may be said that I chose not only one, but two names for Reen. But by whatever name she is called, she is truly her own person now. And as central to our lives as names are, I believe that isn't that it isn't the name itself, but the bonds it symbolizes that matter most. Yeah, that's cool. I've done some reading about the lands swallowed up by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations with a dominant element. I'm glad we have Urianger to point us in the right direction. My memories. I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expect it, and that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say, I wish this moment would last forever. That was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Varthry and were never to be seen again. Since I had no other relatives or even any close friends to speak of, I was left alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it? By ascension, I'm pretty sure they mean they get turned into sin eaters. Possibly made into meal. Wouldn't that be fucked up? Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity, a passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies and activity. Therefore, I propose lightning. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you? He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. He is half beard. Ah yes, Thancred mentioned that he more closely resembles a person than a beast. Unlike most primals, and apparently he tends to move about unlike most other primals, and apparently he tends not to move about much. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. I think he was half horse, also, maybe? Flying horse. Yeah, definitely some kind of like flying horseman. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should try to picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try, but the rest is up to Eigeld. Okay. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? Okay. One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Reen, might I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, the only source of illumination the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. Can you imagine some place that is constantly shrouded in storm clouds, where the only ambient light is lightning coming down from the sky? That'd be weird. I can't imagine what a place like that would look like. Then that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. That's what Eden sounds like, by the way. This should be as good a spot as any. Alright, Eigeld, whenever you're ready. Memories of Ramu flash through your mind like the flash of lightning. These are all going to be puns, aren't they? Duty Finder has been updated with a new regular duty. Let's go. My phone just buzzed? Excuse me. I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this before, and I'm not sure I'd want to come back. Too dreary for my liking. Would be nice if our next destination is a little cheerier, but I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. The area is saturated with lightning-aspected ether. This I am able to confirm. In addition to the primal, be thou wary of stray bolts that may occur as a result of our activity. Even if Reen has done a good job of memorizing my description of Ramu, it will likely make little difference to how he manifests. After all, it's your memories that shape the summoning, not hers. All the lightning that's fallen here over the years has left the ground covered in craters. But don't worry, Eden will give you something more even to stand on. Thanks, Eden. Fulmination. Oh, hold up. Sexy little ready check.
Wait, what if he's a horse because Reen is secretly a horse girl?
It's possible. C'est possible.
Oh boy, alright. Take a moment to stretch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh god. Oh. Cracking all of my joints.
I can't believe I turned 36 in a month. That's wild.
I'm not sure if I'm going to do any kind of, like, birthday stream or anything like that, honestly. It falls on a Monday, so it's not one of my normal streaming days anyway. I do have a Christmas stream planned. Ah! Because I own a Christmas game, you see. Ba, 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 da, da, wah, 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 ba, wah, wah. No! Herald of Darkness hit the finale! Middle of the good part!
There's no turning back. Get ready!
Look, voices! This is what you wanted, right, Kale? Or no, it wasn't Kale who said that, it was Lucas. Lucas, we got voices! Ah, yes. This is exactly what Ramu looks like.
So, this is Ramu.
Phew. Lila, are you main tanking or okay, yeah. Okay. Ah, alright, hold on. That's a bigger one. Don't hit me! Ha ha ha, don't hit me! Do we need to do anything with the orbs? I don't think we gotta do anything with the orbs, right? I don't know if I want to touch the orbs. I don't remember how any of this goes. It's probably fine. I'm gonna assume orb bad. It seems like that's probably a safe assumption. Ow. Okay. Alright, I did something wrong. Clearly. Whoop. I'm good. Woo. I'm gonna stand right here. This seems like a good spot. Nope, not getting out of this chair. Oh. And there goes the ninja. Or Viper. No, that's a Viper. Okay. Is that what? No, okay, yeah, that is Viper. Because we do have a ninja in the party, but that wasn't who that was. Yep. Ooh. Why am I getting hit with bone stacks? There's something I'm doing wrong. Do I need to get one of these? Surge protection. Okay. There are lines on the floor. Okay. I think I got this time. Oh. Don't go near me. Hee don't come near me. Oh, I don't come near... Oh, that's a problem, probably. I'm guessing that's bad. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, I'm gonna get... That's... Okay. I understand the mechanic. Ugh. Ramuh envelops the battlefield in lightning. You mean it wasn't already? Whoop. Alright, DPS. Now drop a train on him. I love that I figured out the orb mechanic just in time to fuck up the storm cloud mechanic. And by my misunderstanding, pretty sure I ended up indirectly killing 2 of the people in our party. Such is the way of things. You put it in the right spot, I put it too close to you. Ah, don't blame yourself. Okay, I think I got time for one more. Pretty sure. So that thing was created based on your memories. Maybe there's a way we can use Eden to summon a fairy like that. Once again, 'twas a most superlative display of thy puissance. Now I could not fail but notice that body did belong to Ixion, fabled equine embodiment of lightning. Hast thou perchance encountered the beast? Urianger, I have a mount of him. Urianger, it's funny you mention. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time you were fighting Ramu, and besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching you take on a half-man, half-flying horse thunder god, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The fact that Eden itself also showed no signs of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing, but I'd understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed that she's no closer to the answers she seeks. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes the difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to camp and see if anything's changed. Bouquet? I do not have... You don't have Ixion? I do. Oh, it Orpal! Look, everybody, it Orpal! You meant the Ramu mount? Yeah, no, I don't have that one either. Maybe someday. The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same, aye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above. And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Most certainly. Smile. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element, and instead focus on seeing them all restored. Aye. The power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Orpal. How about fusion? Now, this one is the one I do not remember. I've done this one via a roulette recently. Deaf even to the crashing of thunder. Or were you simply biding your time? By recently, I mean months ago. She's so cute. Zilla, if you can believe it, you can buy her outfit with money. Like real money. On the cash shop. One plan fails to achieve the desired effect, so you move on to the next with minimal brooding and prattling. It seems we're finally learning. Men cannot wear the... Is it gender locked? I did not realize. As much as I bemoan Urianger's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him to take care of all the ethereal science and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, as I wouldn't want it to go to his head. Damn, that sucks. Bunny Boy needs squirt. Gonna make that Bunny Boy squirt across the room. I'm so sorry. There's plenty of skirts that he can wear. Don't worry.
I'm not sure what I was expecting to see after restoring the lightning element, but I did feel a little disheartened. Still, as Thancred and Urianger say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious.
Yeah, what's up, Kale? How can I help you? Into the firestorm. Urianger's knitted brow almost certainly spells trouble. 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 Namely for you. His horn is just the end of a spray bottle. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? Yeah. It's an Allagan conspiracy! No, I suppose so. Then thou shan't have difficulty understanding the explanation to come. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high into the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. It seems we need wind-aspected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough.
And even before that, we need fire-aspected ether to make the water evaporate. Seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? You're suggesting that Aigeld fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu, at the same time. Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. But? Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show you in the bookman's shelves. Okay, I'm casting my mind. My mind is cast. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Aigeld hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Where? Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all. Eh, Thancred? Get shit on. I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp on the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Aigeld, but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. Punch. I'll never forgive the elemental wheel decoration for fucking up an important RP scene for Delina. Oh yeah? As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for. You're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest. Okay. Gaia! Aww. Magical tutelage, right? Right. Righto. Geyer! Can't stand all this waiting around. Having grown up in Yulemoor, I'm used to only living for the moment. We never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, the future, and so on. Those things simply didn't matter. But after Lord Vothry disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Yulemoor started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred, and I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was almost as though under Lord Vothry's rule, time had stopped moving altogether, and when it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them, to make plans and look forward to a new day. Feels like I'm the only one who can't move on, so I'm still stuck in the past. What's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can't stand the way they act as if the past never happened, choosing to forget it all.
So the teacher had the elemental wheel decoration up and referred to it. So remember how it's a major point that Umbral and Astral are in the opposite direction on the source and the first. Yag. I have selected a location in which wind and fire aspected ether lie dormant, though I shall wait until Reen hath completed her preparations ere I dispense with the particulars. I'd rather Reen keep her mind on our work here than worry about Gaia. Mind you, it might be better for them to clear the air before we go any further. So anyways, middle of this is how Delina learns proper magic scene. We broke down about, hey, wait a minute, the poster's upside down. Oh no! And then the OOC talk about, shit, which one is it? ... Aw. It seems Reen is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirits, she may become more willing to talk. Emote. Rally. Yeah! And we canceled the scene. Oh no! Tragic. The rally emote for Mikote is like mock punching.
Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind.
Uh-huh.
Wow, she's tiny. It's about Gaia, you see.
She's just in the background. It's fine.
The truth is that, apart from Alice and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude. I should probably just leave her be until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it?
Herm. Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Smile. Is what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Aha. Although we've only known her a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone, and she'll come around eventually.
Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice?
Orion Earth. Probably. Look. Don't get conversational tips from Urianger about this. Get them from Thancred. Thancred certainly has the gift of the gab. He'll know what to say. I'm afraid that since arriving at the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals. I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in.
That's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see.
So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Yeah, he can talk a Bahamut's ass off. You are standing in front of him. Lena once again coming through, my girl. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key.
Speaking from experience, by any chance?
Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
It's all right, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me.
Ahem. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on. She's waiting for you.
All right. Wish me luck.
Like, they had to know what they were doing, right? Reen is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Thancred may have taken on the role of Reen's surrogate father, but I have of late become something of a mentor to her, though largely in instilling what knowledge I can of the ethereal sciences. A more attentive student thou shalt seldom find. It's when Reen and I face our problems together that it truly feels like we're family. Or at least, what I imagine it would be like. I suppose we both grew up without birth parents to guide us, but I think we turned out rather well given the circumstances. I wonder if this is the kind of bond that Flamine shared with Minfilia. She looks like she's got a lot on her mind. Maybe now's not such a good time. Reen is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Gaia, how's it going? Instead of bothering me when I'm obviously not in the mood to talk, why don't you why don't you get back to work? Okay. Fucking fine. Whatever. Okay. Earshot. Here we go. No, my shoulders.
Hey, girl, hey, how you doing?
Hi, Kel doing squats in the background.
What the Sigma?
What do you want?
Oh, nothing, really. It can wait until later.
For all we know, there might not even be a later. God, this is like the most I'm definitely not listening she could be doing. It's so distracting. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out.
Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything?
Is that what you came here to talk about?
Actually, I wanted to ask you.
They're trying so hard to look like they're not listening.
Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me?
Asking her out on a date. Yes. Get it. Get in there.
What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits. Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squidgy. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. That's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance. You'll see.
Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free.
Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia.
Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Yulmorans treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. Listen, those coffee biscuits look good, and they were a major source of crafting scripts. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant sin eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end, but if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Damn. She's got golden retriever energy, ideal partner for any mean goth girl. Everyone's really upset. I surmised that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Uh-huh. This too is Yuri. Ah, I accidentally opened up Photoshop Elements again. God damn it. Oh well. To Eden's core. Anyway. Sorry, that was... I just heard it in Boss Nass's voice for no reason. It was just like, yeah, I gotta do the thing. And then I nearly lost my headphones. Not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime, so don't even bother. I believe you have a job to do, yes? Then be quick about it. I think we've both rested for long enough. Let's get started, shall we? I hope it all goes according to plan. Reen's looking a bit down in the doldrums, but you let me worry about that. We can't allow anything to interfere with whatever goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. You know, given what's about to happen... To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. So very finally that Garuda and Ifrit are like the closest you get to being correct. What then? Okay. Where are we going this time, Oriange? But then... The place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Reen, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. Aha. That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. Fusion Ha. I'm gonna get me some juice after this. Some Sharkleberry Fin. It's time. I'll begin drawing out the wind and fire in equal measure. Eigild, we'll only ever get one chance at this, so let's make it count. You think that's because Reen was thinking of Yuri at the moment? This too is Yuri. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. Raging winds, raging fire, beep boop bop boop beep. That was me making that noise. Eigild said beep boop bop boop beep out loud. Beep boop bop, beep boop bop beep. I wonder what sort of hellish beasts you've conjured up this time. I also wonder this. My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixal, are present here on the first. My hypothesis as to the reason why can perhaps wait till another time. They probably all fucking died. If we summon two primals at once, maybe they'll fight each other? That way you'll only need to beat the one left standing. But I suppose it defeats the purpose of it if you don't take them both down at the same time. How long has it been since our encounter with Ifrit and his Amalja followers? It's been a hot minute. That was like 1,000,000 years ago. I want to say the computer says the words beep boop bop in MS Sam voice. MS Sam. Wait, did I already start it? Wait, are we good? Are we good? I didn't ask if we were good. I didn't do a sexy little ready check. Fuck! Okay. Sexy little ready check complete. It's me. I'm the sexy little ready check. Boop, boop, beep, boop. Bow, bow, bow. 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 Have I talked about my plans with the current Wicked game piece I'm working on? About how I'm intending to... I talked about that a bit earlier when Natalie asked about NaNoWriMo. My intention is to have it ready by my birthday. And have it posted on that day. I'm planning to basically kind of like remake my Wicked Game posts, like the thread on Blue Sky and the post on Tumblr. Hopefully with like a new image to post along with it and a few more details. Mostly because, like, on my birthday, I want to be like, oh yeah, do you want to do something for me for my birthday? Do you want to like give me? Do you know what would be a good gift if you read Wicked Game? If you read what I've written. But the thing that I'm wondering about is because my intention is to start like really kind of getting into like larger plot stuff and like start posting things like in some degree of like sequence. Not necessarily like everything that would like happen in the story, but like most things. you know? Start working towards, like, some big events. But when I remake the... What would be a good word for it? Like a database or something? When I remake, like, the thread on Blue Sky and the post on Tumblr, like, I'm wondering if I should keep everything ordered in, like, the order that I wrote it in, or if I should try to, like, put it in some kind of sequence if I'm going to be, like, moving into, like, posting things in sequence as well, you know? Because it's like... It's a hard call to make, honestly. Because in my mind, the best idea would be to put everything in, like, a canon sequence, right? Where it's just, like, you can start from, like, an entry point to the narrative where it's just, like, this is where things start, here's where things go from here, right? But at the same time, because I wrote them out of sequence, and at the very least, Blood Pumping was written with the express intention of being, like, the first thing that people read about these characters. My concern is that, like, reading them in sequence is going to be, like, awkward, you know? Like, I suppose the other option could be, like, I post them in, like, the canon story sequence, but also kind of, like, denote, like, this was originally posted on this date, or this was originally, like, completed, I guess, on this date. This was originally completed on this date. Like, kind of just put down, like, oh. Because, like, I've sent those particular stories to a few friends kind of, like, as I completed them. So I, at the very least, will have, like, a general record of when I finished writing them. So I can use that, at the very least. Full party. Eden's verse. Full.
It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call! Reed, are you alright?
Garuda's, like, pretty spot on for the most part. I made Ifrit, like, way sexier, though. I think some of our guys got hit. Whoop. Is that a 2-stack? I actually don't know how some of these mechanics work. Oh, fuck. You can believe it. Okay. That is a 2-stack. Good to know. Good to know. Oh! Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, that's fine. Hey man, if he gets aggro back, I'll gladly, like, turn off my tank stance. Oh. Ah, beans. Okay, somebody get in here with me. Thank you, Delina. Ow! Frick! Oh, I need to move, I need to move, I need to move, I need to move. Ah, damn. I'm okay. All things considered, this could be going worse. Some kind of horrible creature. Raktapaxa. This too is Yuri. Whoa. Ow, fuck. Okay. I fucked up, I think. I'm pretty sure that's on me. I would like to regain movement. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Okay, he's got aggro back. He can take it. He can have it. I don't care. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. Ow. Look, Ma! 3 Vuln stacks! Yeep! Alright, Delina, now drop a train on him. It's not Delina dropping a train on him, but someone's dropping a train on him. Yeep. Choo-choo Charles in for the kill. Not quite. We did it. I feel like there's been at least one half-naked woman in every single one of these. Okay, but did you see my sick dodge during the long cast? No, I missed it. I missed it entirely. I'm so sorry. I'm sure it was really cool, though. I got 2 player comms. For a moment, I thought Reen had lost control of the ether. Luckily, we managed to avoid any major disasters from what I can tell. That 2 such ferocious beings should meld into a single entity is frightful indeed. Further research must needs be performed to fully comprehend this unexpected phenomenon. Combining the contrasting powers of different primals, it seems an awful lot like the ultimate weapon. In any case, I am pleased to see that you were as successful here as you were at the Praetorium.
That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made.
Yeah, right. Do-do-do. Oh. Quimbus. It's Quimbus.
It actually worked. It's like Urianger said it would.
Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold.
I wonder what will happen when we restore ice.
Smile. Uh-huh.
Oh? Is something the matter?
One more element, and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be... nothing. No memory, no past, no family. Nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. Girl, you will have a future! So, almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories. Give me back my life, damn you! That's not what she said, but... Still. Ah! Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power. Enough riddles! Tell me who I am! You are... I am... Gaia. Gaia.
Gaia? What's wrong?
Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. You are cringe.
No! I'm based! I'm based! I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me! Fuck, okay. Jesus Christ. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Wame. Girl, you good? Just get it over with, would you? Poor Gaia. If the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? I wish there was something we could do to help. Pray beyond thy god, my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control to the voice within. I am literally standing right here. Need to head off to sleep now. Night, everyone. Yep, we're actually going to be going ahead and closing up shop for the night. I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for coming by the stream. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. If you enjoyed the stream, you can subscribe here on Twitch. We have special emotes for subscribers. You can also follow me on Blue Sky and Tumblr at AcidXShark, where I post all the streams as they happen. Or you can follow me on YouTube at AcidXShark, where I post all the streams after they happen. Art for the stream is done by... the chat blocker was done by Isaac. You can find on Blue Sky at Knucklebone. That's Knucklebone. VTuber by Teva, who you can find on Blue Sky at Teva Meow, Tevameow, with rigging by V747. Upcoming streams. Tuesday, Quonos, The New Dawn. Thursday, Undertale. Friday, Silent Hill, F. Saturday, Moadis. So I hope you'll tune in for all that. Oh. I'm sleepy. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, and I'll see you next time on the Shark Stream. Same Shark time, same Shark channel. Take care, everybody.